Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here. I'm almost in time. That's the word, right? Welcome everyone. Nice to see you. Excuse me. Wow, what was that? Thank you for joining us today. We will watch this the second Hobbit film, the Desolation of Smaug, in the extended edition. I hope you had a fantastic day so far, and looking kind of forward to watch the film with you people. Very curious, like, what is this? Whatever. I'm very curious how my perception after watching it again will be. Probably so. I don't know if I've watched the third or the fourth less. I'm not sure. I haven't watched it that many times though, I have to admit, because it's definitely my favorite. And here it is, a very long second. Well, we can test if Mr. Bot is working. Not that I really need him, but Chris, let me just see you. Exclamation mark Chris minutes, right? I'm always curious if I use Chris minute or Chris minutes as command or both. We will find out, I guess, in a moment. Also, something that the image flickered a moment ago. What was that? Okay, bot is working. This is the best part. Well, I have to admit the Smaug part is pretty awesome in the second film, but I have to admit I still like the first film quite a bit more because it's simply closer to the actual books and so on. And yeah, we will start, I guess, in a moment. Just think of if I forgot anything important. Probably not. But yeah, it will be in this regard very interesting to see what this film has to offer and how much fun it will be to watch it again. I definitely know that one of the scenes I hate most in the Hobbit trilogy are the second film for sure. And yeah, I'm very curious how you people will perceive the little film here. Probably I also should get my timer working, right? Just see, where is the timer? Should be something like this here, right? Yeah, that should be the timer. We have that already kind of working. Have to make this a bit bigger. Okay, timer's working. Good. So that can't go wrong anymore. That's already done. I hope you had a fantastic day. So it is yet again time. Just in time, yeah. It is Silmarillion. Welcome. Yeah, it's an interesting film. Like that was definitely the film I was sitting in the cinema and looked to my friends who also at least read The Hobbit and said, did they read the same book as we did? Like a lot of changes in this film, though some of the iconic scenes are quite similar. Yeah, similar to the books as well. So it's not that everything is different, but yeah, I don't know. It has its moments for sure, as pretty much every film, but overall I felt always the first one did like the best job, and I would have just wished they continued on that note instead of adding so much weird stuff. But yeah, we will discuss this when we watch in a moment. In a strange way, it's also funny seeing that I think here we see the daughter of Peter Jackson as a little cameo. And as we also saw her in the first film, now she's a grown-up young woman, and kind of fascinating to see how long the time is between those films and when they were done and so on. Always fascinating. Just have the film running already in the background, so technically everything is working. When I don't have to go back to the beginning of the thing. Just see Thorin sitting in the Prancing Pony, which is always like also like a change from the books, I think. I hope sound is good, people. You can hear me loud and clearly. There are no weird sound noises, but no, yeah. I don't know what it's called, but you know what I mean. That just sounds good. Okay, nothing too unusual there. That is pretty awesome. Let me just listen to myself for a moment as well and see. Sounds good, yeah. So that is working. Good. The only sound noise we hear is your voice. Yeah, that though is intentional. You speak in a weird language for German. That is true. Well, it's not a weird language considering how closely related German and English are, but for sure. All good there. Awesome. So, is there anything else before we start? Probably not. So is everybody kind of ready so we can jump into the film already? It has a runtime of, I think, 2 hours and 40 minutes. So it's not as long as the previous films were. Like the Lord of the Rings films in the extended edition, they are at times far over 3 hours. Always underestimate how long they are. And Cole, JP, Arthurian, all good here. Okay. Seems people are kind of ready. Do we need a vote before we start for anything? Last time we discussed before we started if we should do a break in between, but considering that the films are only 2 hours 40, which is these days kind of almost normal for films, at least for bigger blockbuster movies, to have this length. I think we don't need a break in between, right? I mean, I would assume most people here in chat have seen the films already a tribazillion times, at least a few times, and know what's going on. I've read the books. But yeah, I'm not even remembering if the cinematic release had a break in between. I don't think so. I think Lord of the Rings had a break in between the first one back 20 years ago. Because at this time it was more unusual for films to be this long. I want to mute myself for a moment to drink something really quick. There's another rule of we established here. If I mute myself for a moment to drink something or so, I might mention it because sometimes it happens that I forget to unmute myself again, and then I'm talking for 5 minutes until people say, "Jenny, is Crystal there?" That we could avoid by doing so. Okay, so no complaints, no bathroom break. Mark Schießer has spoken. It's forgetting to switch scenes back. Yeah, that also happens quite a lot. Not gonna lie. So I would say I will count down in a moment from 3. And we start on go. You will see the timer here for people new to this. Let me just explain. Of course, due to copyright reasons, I can't stream the film on YouTube. Unfortunately. I would love to do so, not gonna lie, but I can't. Technically, I'm able to do it, but I am not allowed legally to do it. So I can't do it here. As a result, I show you the time code, basically of the time code of my, let's say, DVD player or my stream. I have it on Blu-ray, if you wondering, and we watch it in the extended edition as it is in the title. And yeah, so when I press the play button, basically, I also start the timer, so you can synchronize your own timer at home when you jump into the film later or whatever with okay, Lynn is also ready, organizing the film. And then you can synchronize your film with mine, and so we see round about the same. And of course, there's also YouTube delay, but you get the point, right? So it works. Of course, we will talk over the film all the time. Sometimes maybe I will shut up or so. It's basically it for the watch party. We could find other technical solutions in the future or so to make it a bit easier for people, but yeah, so far we go with this here. I will count down from, let me just jump back to chapter 1. Okay, everybody's ready? Then I would count down from 3, and on go I press play. Let me just get my script, my OBS timer here going as well. So 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, see the Warner Brother logo. It dissolves. Classic one. And yeah, we are playing. Maybe at time I tell you also what I see on my screen in case your version is different or so, or scenes are missing. I don't know. We had sometimes issues like this in the past. Boring. Everyone counts down from 3. I always use 4. Well, technically, well, okay, if you start on go, you also have like 5, you have then 5 counts, right, instead of 4 in my case. I remember doing this the first time, I counted down from 10. I thought halfway through, why do I count down from 10? It makes no sense. It takes too long, but yeah. Currently seeing the Hobbit logo, and they changed it a little bit compared to a lot of Ring stuff. It seems like it's a bit more 3D with a little of shadow stuff going on. I also just noticed my sound is muted for the film. Just wondering, why is it so quiet here? And yeah, here we see a Peter Jackson cameo. He bites in the carrot, in case people didn't notice. Interestingly, the Jackson family also appears a bit later. There might be more cameos, but I only know the Peter Jackson one here. And then later in the Prancing Pony, we also see the daughter of Peter Jackson. And Fran Welch. And yeah, good old Prancing Pony. I really like Brie. I don't know what it is. It has this dirty, gothic, kind of almost a bit of medieval feeling to it. I really like that. You come to the Prancing Pony and see all those characters here. Butterbur looks is probably not born yet. This is a daughter, the woman, the waitress, who brings throwing something. That's, I think, the daughter of Peter Jackson, if I remember correctly. Forgot her name. And yeah, the daughter of Fran Welch as well, of course. They have a daughter together. This is a kind of cool scene, I feel like. Really intense. 2 people sitting there, watching. I like the stairs here in this scene. Like, I always love the scenes here. It'll be funny if we see Strider here somewhere. And then Gandalf comes. I have the same. And then, okay, Gandalf is here. Not messing with this guy. Are you going to show the map again? Yeah, we could do this. It's a pretty good that you remember from last time. So we are in Brie. That's here at the crossroad of the Greenway and the East Road. Close to the Shire, as you probably remember. And now the memory. Interestingly, he was not slain in battle, but exploring Moria and But he was killed by Arzok. And he was also beheaded, so that is kind of true. This is Throin, or Shrine, but Old Norse pronunciation would be Throin. His father, Thorin's father. There's a continuation mistake. He has in other scenes before, is missing his left eye, I think. But in this scene, he has it still. Oh, come on, we all know where he is. You, of course, know, but maybe some people who are not that familiar with the Lord of the Rings universe don't know. And the other one is the daughter of Philippa Boyens, I think. Okay, good to know. It would make totally sense. Medieval LARP feeling, good times, yeah, for sure. I can imagine that if you're into LARP stuff. I like the chance meeting scene overall, but that in the movie, Gandalf admits that the meeting isn't by chance. Yeah, so Gandalf explains here a bit of background story that isn't, I think, too much explained in The Hobbit itself, but only in Lord of the Rings appendices. Don't worry, Mark. But also I like maps, so from this perspective it's kind of fun. Interestingly, Gandalf, we have these scenes, Gandalf exploring Dol Guldur and things. And there he found the father of Thorin Oakenshield. His name is Throin, as said, and Throin the Second to be precise. There's Throin the First, and then son of Throin the First is also Thorin the First. This is, in the Hobbit film, this is Thorin the Second Oakenshield. Missing Eye Odin. Interesting, Gandalf is potentially inspired by Odin, but yeah, pretty much like Odin. Black speech. And in the book, he gives the key and the map to him in what's it called? In back end in the Shire. I'm not sure if he gives him something here already, like the key he gets in the last film. Did he also? No, the map. He also gave. Okay, I think both things he gave here. Or was there something different in the book? I can't remember. At least fully. But yeah, it's I'm not sure where Gandalf and Thorin met. I only distantly remember that in the film it's a bit different than it was described or hinted at in the books. 12 months later. Now we are far past the Misty Mountains. Last time we landed on the Carrock, which was... I didn't hit it because it's a bit further north. Let me just see if I can correct this. It's so hard to see here. Very small, my little control thing where I have to point the arrow. But this is a Carrock, and they must be east of it. Yeah, Gandalf got both the map and the key in Dol Guldur. But I forgot when he gave it to Thorin. I think also in back end in the book. The Desolation of Smaug. In German, the title is I look at it watch it in English though, but it's Smaug's Einöde, which is a very interesting translation of that. Gandalf the Wanderer, though, in my opinion, he's too serious for Odin. Yeah, that is true. Not as mean and tricky, yeah, that for sure. Bjorn. He's the Switzerland. You know what? I forgot to get my atlas. The last time we discussed where Roscovel is. Somewhere here on the way must be the house of Beorn, close at the borders of Mirkwood. Let me just get my my atlas really quick. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Open the door. No, open the gate, they say in the other. That is our house. I like how it's the Third Age, Chris. Where do we have the map of this land? Here it is. There's the Gladden Fields, there's the Carrock. Okay, that is interesting. Where Kevin Wynne Fonstead puts the House of Beorn. So she says it's north of the way, somewhere here. And the House of Radagast, she says, is somewhere. Where was it? Yeah, pretty close to the old road as well. That's interesting. So this is the old road, the street that goes through the forest. It's, as said, really hard to hit for me. So they're pretty close. They're neighbors, basically. And Karen Wynne Fonstead knows what she's doing, so shoutouts to her. But yeah, I wish I could skin shift into an animal at Harry Potter. Wonder what my animal would look like. Anyone think of a grizzly for themselves? No, probably not. Dawn Honey becoming directly at the screen only for 3D purpose always irritates me. Yeah, that is true. It looked pretty cool in 3D though. Now, when it comes to practical purposes, probably something that can fly would also be pretty helpful. Kylo Ren is here as well. Only here for the wrong film. But welcome. This is what is written on the ring for people wondering. One ring to rule them all. One ring to find them, one ring to bring them all, and in darkness bind them. Just in black speech, Ajnask and so on. What is the first Ajnask? I knew this by what do you say, by heart at some point, but now I'm a bit confused. Is it Dorbatuluk or is it Trakatuluk? That's pretty cool. We have like this shadow entity here. If you do it, you have to darken the screen. No, it's Ajnas Dorbatuluk, Ajnas Gimbatul, Ajnas Thrakatuluk, Burzum Ishi Krimpatul. That's what's written on the ring. This is the son of Azog Bolg. And what is interesting about him in this context is that in the book, Azog is actually dead and Bolg takes his role. Now here we have the 3D effect bean again that we just talked about. Other forces, but it'll probably be either wolf or a buzzard, yeah. Okay, this is a way to darken the screen. Just try to play around with that. Torn to shreds. Yeah, well you say, but I had it not ready, and I was thinking about how it could work technically if I do this. I have to say, I found Bjorn looked quite cool. In the Hobbit films. I like how Gandalf puts a smiling face on. Good morning. The friendly wizard Gandalf. Colleague. I love it. No. I like how Gandalf puts in all his diplomatic skill here. You are absolutely right. Uh-oh. Kind of love the scene. Yes, kind of. Absolutely understandable. Of course. The pelt down his back was described in the book. I don't know, does somebody in chat know? I have to say I don't remember all the details anymore. Like I said, the Hobbit is for sure the book I read least. If I do ever the film book series for the Hobbit in a distant future, like in 10 years or so, I can tell you probably with a bit more certainty. Less wise, more dangerous. He changed his skin. Sometimes he's a huge black bear, sometimes he's great strong black-haired man with huge arms and a great beard. I cannot tell you much more, though that ought to be enough. Well, maybe they went a bit, but I think like I can understand. Oh, I kind of like the idea. Let's put it that way. They wanted to make him a bit more different. Event of the Sideburns. The tombs in the mountains. Yeah, that is. This is made up completely. The high fells of Rudauer are not graves of. Like the Nazgûl never were buried. Bjorn must be very old. Like the realm of Angmar, just to put it into a bit of context. Was Third Age found, like it ended Third Age 1975. This year plays almost 1000 years later. So I would be surprised if Bjorn can remember that time. But it's in the films, a lot of things are usually compressed. I'm not sure if there's a hint that skin changers are immortal or so. Skin changer is definitely an interesting topic. I should look into. I'm just currently looking into if there's any node. And it seems like the indicators that Bjorn might not be this old. At least not 1000 years. Maybe a very fairly normal lifespan, but yeah, probably needs more research to tell. Mute myself for a moment. But in the council, wasn't it mentioned that his descendants aren't as friendly as him? That's a good question. Interestingly, I just read recently the Council of Elrond. Yeah, one of Glorn's lines, I'm currently seeing it. Oh, it's better than the honey cakes of the Beornings. That is great praise, for the Beornings are the best bakers that I know of, but they are none too willing to deal out their cakes to travelers in these days. Yeah, I was searching for something different for the next lore video. So now, as you can probably imagine, they go on the old road through the forest. Okay, there's a black screen, sorry for that. So far, the second film starts quite well. The Enchanted River is also an interesting topic in of itself. It was questioned recently, what's the deal with it? Not. Yeah, his son might be mentioned as well. The question is, with this enchanted seers, who enchanted it? The elves? The necromancer? I like the sound design in this particular area. It has this spooky vibe going on. I think they did this pretty well. Oh, him also almost falling to sleep. He touched the water, interestingly. Where's everyone else? Lurkers, show yourself. It's unfortunately a bit quiet today. Oh, Tsuchan is here, welcome. VPNing around the world to find the copy of Extended Edition for a decent price. If I see this forest, I understand why the movie didn't do the tea party of elves in the tube. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the white deer sacred. A mention of tobacco. This is like in a letter Tolkien also mentions. I think he called, maybe it's an old term for it, nicotinia. I don't know how he Tolkien spelled it. It's in one of the letters, I think. Also, arachnophobia people, be warned. Oh no, Mark. But it's still nice that you are there. Really a scary forest, and they have to carry Bombur. Really unfortunate. I like how he looks down and is walking backwards. At least it looks like it. Shocking Middle Earth, seeing nice maps. Now, I don't even know that maybe Gandalf visited Thorin in the Blue Mountains. Maybe that is what I remembered at the beginning. We talked about the Prancing Pony scene. This was also an interesting scene. Oh, nice. Nice to see you, Andres. Very smart of Bill climbing up. That was a pretty cool scene, I have to admit. I like this. It looks a bit stuttering here on my film version, though. Maybe due to the camera swing and 30 FPS and me using to 60. I'm not sure. He thinks, oh no! That said, arachnophobia people, you have been warned. Did he use tobacco in The Hobbit? That's a good question. I could maybe look for it. I don't think so. No, I don't find the word tobacco. To be fair, though, Tolkien has used a lot of weird words in his early versions of the books. For example, also train. What was the other? Christmas, Chinese ponies, stuff like that. So it's only in his manuscript. Let me see if I find it in the history of The Hobbit. No. No. From here, the last desert in the east, and fight the wild wireworms of the Chinese. Stuff like this was in very early versions of The Hobbit Tolkien wrote. And this is how, the sword became known as Sting. Also a pretty cool scene, I think. And this is an interesting detail of the One Ring and the Unseen. When Tolkien wrote this, the One Ring didn't exist yet. But he can now understand. Yeah, it stinks. Bilbo in full brave mode here. I like that. Yes, it's possible. He also in a letter calls it not tobacco, but some different name. A Latin name of it or so. I don't know. I'm not smoking, so I have no clue about tobacco, to be honest. Oh no, poor Mr. Spider. That's kind of brutal in my opinion. I did not remember this particular scene. This is also a pretty cool scene in my opinion, this. I'm not sure if it's a cool scene, to be honest. Maybe it's very un-Tolkienian in a way. Okay. Dwalin. There is a theory if Tolkien had arachnophobia, but I don't know. It seems like there was like somebody who wrote an article about this And he came to the, I think, to the conclusion that it might not be the case, or that Tolkien denied this, at least it's somewhere in some letter or so. It's kind of cool, in my opinion, that they added Legolas and gave him a cameo. But I have to admit that they added him far too much, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. Norway. I also recall using this more Latin term. Nicotiania. I'm not even sure how it's pronounced. This horrid creature. Oh man, it is a very, in my opinion, it's a very cool little scene here. That's my son, Gimli. You have seen him before. Oh, later. In Lord of the Rings, concerning pipeweed, he calls it Nicotiana. I'm not sure how it's pronounced, to be honest. So forgive my pronunciation here. It's not a word I really use. Nicotiana? Maybe. Maybe it's Nicotiana? I have no idea. But yeah, it's probably, but it's not in his letters, I think it's in concerning pipeweed. Yeah, there he uses it. You can't have enough of Legolas, not too much of Legolas. I felt like in my opinion, he they gave him and Tauriel too much screen time. I feel like I want to see more about the dwarf, because this is a story about Bilbo and the dwarves and not about Legolas and Tauriel, and I feel like they added far too much of this. It's interesting that in the Hobbit there is a reference when it comes to this chainmail. Is it the chainmail that Bilbo later gets? It was for like an elvish prince or something like that. Nah. With that, he put on Bilbo a small coat of mail wrought for some young elf prince long ago. So that might be Legolas. Where they had better relations to this place. Yeah, I also don't mind Tauriel being like an awesome warrior elf, but I would have also preferred the last story is definitely a bit much. Probably it's against the rules in Hollywood to make a story without to make a film without a love story. I assume that is the reason for that. I don't know. Also, welcome Noah. I'm not sure if I probably welcomed you. The that's a good point that Sushan makes here. The underground kingdom of the elves here is surprisingly like Moria for a race that hates caves, isn't it? It's interesting, very reminiscent of Menegros, the kingdom of the kingdom of King Thingol in the First Age. And Thranduil in the book is always called the Elven King. So some speculate, there's a theory, that very early on, at some point in Tolkien's head, maybe he planned to be the Elven King to be Thingol. And this story playing in the First Age. But this, of course, was denied later by Tolkien, and he developed it in a completely different direction. Later reconnected it to his world and made some changes. But it's for sure that elves lived in some caves, especially the Noldor and the Sindar, it seems. There's Menegros, there's Nargothrond, which was also a cave place, and Thranduil's halls as well. Did I say not Dorias? Yeah, Dorias. Menegros in Dorias. Like if this here are the Blue Mountains, this is then the west coast that was sunk into the ocean at the end of the First Age. And here roundabout is Menegros in the First Age. Now, yeah. This was then later sunk. Now here are the Blue Mountains, and we are currently somewhere here in Mirkwood. In case people wonder where we are on the map. This is such a strange scene, I have to admit. But yeah, Thranduil is a pretty popular character. He has a good point. Menegros wasn't Menegros also built with the help of the dwarves? It's also such a cool scene. I made a video about who can see the unseen. But yeah, it is strange. Or complicated topic. Maybe check my channel. There's a video about who can see the unseen, it's called. And Thranduil, as a Sindar, has never seen the light of the two trees of Valinor, and in my opinion, this is kind of a reason why elves can see the unseen, actually, and probably he can't. Yeah, that is true. But let's not drift too much into the Rings of Power stuff again, please. Yeah, it's a cool scene with the face melting of, like, Thranduil could have faced dragons, that is true, because we know that at some point in the past, for example, Shatha, there was a named dragon that attacked these regions here, and Shatha was killed by one of the Eotheod, that is basically the ancestors of the people of Rohan, and they lived here up in the, not exactly there. Here's Framsburg, that is one of the settlements or cities or places of where they lived for some time. At some point they lived, I think, further down here. But however, yeah, he fought and killed Shatha the dragon. So dragons were definitely a problem for some time in this northern region, and Thranduil lives here. So that is relatively close, I have to admit. So it's definitely possible that even Thranduil had some problems with dragons in the past and fought them. It is even possible, depending on how old Thranduil is, which is a complicated topic, that he has also fought in the War of Wrath in some form. And the Lord of the Rings implies that some of the Sindar elves of Doriath and so on went on further, and Thranduil was one of them. Maybe I can try to read this from the Lord of the Rings book, if I find it fast enough. So he could have fought dragons, but that his face is kind of half melted and he has a magic spell to cover it. That seems very strange to me. Let me just see if I find the quote. Of Eastward and some established. In the beginning of this age, the Second Age, many of the High Elves still remained. Most of these dwelt in Lindon west of the Ered Luin, but before the building of Barad-dûr, many of the Sindar from Doriath passed eastward in some established realms in the forests far away, where their people were mostly Sylvan Elves. Thranduil, king in the north of Greenwood the Great, was one of these. So he could have. It is implied that he lived in Doriath or in Beleriand, at least in the First Age. And maybe there he fought dragons. So there are multiple occasions for it. So I like this reference of him knowing dragon fire and stuff like that. Oh, Priscilla TV's here. Welcome. Nice to see you. Good old Bilbo stealing the keys. The master burglar. Not even the elves can see him. In the book, as said in the first edition of The Hobbit, the One Ring didn't exist yet, so it was just a magic ring. And it's kind of interesting to see. If you look at it from the second edition where the One Ring then existed, it is a One Ring. Like how this developed and so on, some details. I'm not watching this movie, not even for you, not even for Lee Pace. I can understand that. It is possible it's a wound of the past. Maybe he's permanently wounded. I don't know it as well. I find it highly strange, though. I like the reference that he knows dragons. That's a cool line, in my opinion, and you can explain it with the lore as well. The moon stuff, far less, I guess. It's also a funny scene. I like how he plays this. Yeah, it worked. Wait a moment, I forgot something. I think, yeah, in the book the barrels are sealed. I remember something like this as well. I think one of the dwarves even almost drowned in it or so. It was a horrible experience. And I think Bilbo kind of used the One Ring and walked along at the river at some point. I like that the horn sounded slightly different from Elrond's horns. Yeah, something like this. It's a bit more different, not that fast in the... Like, they are sealed. I think they have some apples also. I remember some descriptions of apples, and one can't see apples anymore after this experience or so. The dwarves weren't happy when they got out of the barrels, let's put it that way. Yeah, I guess it might be a bad idea. It's just kind of over the top. And it's often a lot criticized. Not the knee. Yeah, arrow to the knee. Was Skyrim already out when this game came out? When did Skyrim release? 2010 or something, right? 11? ...2013 the film came out. Skyrim came out 2011. Yeah, maybe it was a reference. Would be funny. One of the apples smelled like apples. Yeah, George. Gregory. Sorry, just not George. Gregory. Yeah, something like this, right? And then he couldn't see or taste apples anymore after this horrible experience. It's very different in the book. This looked like a GoPro on one of the barrels or so. That's kind of an interesting shot there. It was Feely. Okay, good to know. I don't have a GoPro, no. I have a friend who has one, so I could borrow one, but I don't have one myself. It has this classical GoPro look, you know what I mean? Yeah, that also looks kind of different, but for me, it kind of worked. I also don't mind this action scene yet. Sure, it's quite unrealistic in many ways. But for like, yeah, I don't know. This maybe is a scene that is a bit too exaggerated even for my taste with Bombor. And then it's also good that they have a spare barrel there. I kind of introduce the dwarves that they can stand on their own, and it's fun to have a choreography like this. I can definitely see why they did this. Might be a bit too much, especially this scene with Legolas just doing his Legolas show. If it would have ended here with Legolas from his screen time, I would be totally fine with that, to be honest. We don't need him to have. At least he helped Legolas. That was an impressive shot, by the way. Legolas is too much test for my taste. Yeah, this is an argument I also brought a lot. And that is the reason why I'm also kind of fed up with some of the Rings of Power discussion. At least some stuff I have to read very often, which just makes me sad. Yeah, Elrond giving him a letter of recommendation, that would be funny. I don't know if we're all saints, to be honest. Like, some of the comments I had got and some other creators got were pretty horrible, so not talk about that stuff. I have to say, this particular place I really like. I like the look of it. It has this adventure feeling like a very dark grave, and Gandalf goes. It's dangerous and incredibly hard to get even in there, and so on. But unfortunately, it has like it's completely made up. There's no foundation for this in the books. So I really like the place and how it looks and so on. But as said, the Nazgul were never captured, never put into a grave or something like that. They were never in a, what do you call this, sarcophagus? Coffin? I'm not sure how it's pronounced. It's called a coffin. This is not a nice place to meet. I like his line. He's completely right. Mm. 1 of 9. And this one, these bars looked like they were broken out from within. It's a pretty cool scene. Yeah, maybe similar to the Barrow Downs, but are they old spells? Like I said, it's with time they don't take it that much. But I think the old spells just see. Let me just see. Excuse me if I find it. I think it might be a reference to what Glorfindel says in The Lord of the Rings. They even say dark. They take too much time here to find quotes, to be honest. I want to watch the film. Glorfindel, dark. Somebody remember the quote from Glorfindel where he says something like, there are dark things written on this, but your eyes probably can't see it, or something like that? There are evil things written on this hilt, he said, though maybe your eyes cannot see them. Found it. Maybe that was a reference. Yeah, Gregory, I agree. I like it, what they did. I like that they included the whole White Council stuff and Gandalf investigating. I would have just wished they would have done it like it was described in the books. But it changed so many things there that Gandalf was not captured. The time compression I don't mind too much. But also that the idea that the Nazgul were buried, because they were active always in some case or form. In some form. Like, for example, they had, after the fall of Angmar, the Witch King had to take Minas Morgul as his realm, basically, as his place, and conquered it. That was before, or it was around the time Sauron returned. Glorfindel is overrated. I wouldn't say so, to be honest. Thank you, Tushan, you also found it. But to defend Glorfindel, Ixalion was not sent to Middle Earth to help Elrond and Gandalf and friends. Well, not Gandalf later, but to Elrond and Gil-galad. Gandalf came in the Third Age. Depending version stuff, always complicated. Other problems in the film boils down to people demanding others to accept their own interpretations of what. That's a very good point you make. Of what the original work was about, even when they have nothing to do with the work. Yeah. Can't overrate Glorfindel, exactly. Yeah, the orcs in the Hobbit films always don't look so great. Too much CGI orcs and stuff. Strawberry. I like that they expanded the black speech so much. Some of the eyes looks really fake. Interesting. Also, Lake Town and stuff I also always found pretty cool, like how it looks. Like some of the stuff they did visually quite well, just design wise and so on, I feel. It's also a pretty cool scene. Like how, like look of Bilbo's face. What are the barbecuing spiders? Maybe. Yeah, some of the Alfred will definitely be also a point of like he's designed to be an annoying character. And you could argue it's badly designed, but the like he's not it's very in a negative way very memorable. And I think it's very deliberate. So in a way, we're still talking about this character, even though he doesn't have that much of a role, but or a big role here. Now instead of Apple getting annoyed of Apple, we have the getting annoyed. I can't stand this fish anymore. Like I could definitely see that. They really like the wine, yeah, the good old Dorwinion. So Lake Town, I have to move my map a little bit now. Esgaros is here, Lake Town. The Dorwinion is often supposed to be down here. That's where the wine comes. And it's very strong wine, as we learn. Illegal fish. I went to a wine bar last night. No Dorwinion wine. I can imagine tapas and wine. Oh boy, this scene. What is he doing there? Such an unpleasant place and characters here. I don't know. Tarnish red, wrong fantasy universe. Yes, true. But no hangings to keep the warmth. Yeah. He was quite cold as well, it seems. Oh, he felt cold. But I don't think he was suited to the role. God, the scenes. Get your hands off me. There were dwarfs in my fish. They were put through quite some hardship. Not gonna lie. Even Fry for the it was a mayor, right? There was the Wilhelm scream, by the way. I don't know if he was the writer. I felt like he definitely gave the mayor his, what do you call it? Wow. Said this. Yeah, he's a worm tongue of the Hobbit, probably. But I like the worm tongue more. I blame the characterization, not the actor, yeah. But I think the mayor is kind of okayish. I mean, they had a very specific idea about how to, or the master of Lake Town, how to portray him. Nobody would look in that, most likely. Oh boy. Unpleasant. Worst hiding place in existence. Oh god. I like how when Balin comes, lore time starts. I like that. Like Balin's probably the dwarf I like most in the Hobbit films. What was the name of Bart's father who shot those arrows? Gideon, not Gideon. Oh, I just muted myself. But yeah, only the black arrows are a thing in the book. The wind lens, or whatever they call it, is not. I think maybe you just used a normal bow, but it makes sense that this wind lens existed, in my opinion. There's a special device to fire the black arrows. Gideon was the name of the father of Bard, or the ancestor. Somebody in chat know, we talked about this last time. How old was Aragorn again at this time? Was he born? He must be born. Probably 10 or something like this. Yeah, around about 10 years. A bit younger than 10, actually. He is 8. 8 years old at the time of The Hobbit. In case people wonder if Aragorn still is already was born yet. Yes, he is. But I said he's just a child in Rivendell. Maybe there's a small boy in Rivendell somewhere. That would be funny. Like a little cameo, I don't know. Also, such a beautiful scenery. I like that shot a lot. Just the landscape of it. Draw. Yeah, now the love triangle begins. Leaving our child, Aragorn was, or Elrond was, there was this opportunity. Sure, yeah, for sure. Still crawling through the brushes. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. I think Balin or some of the dwarfs visited Bilbo at time, like one time at least. I'm not sure who it was though. I can't remember the name. Like who exactly of the dwarfs it was. Potentially Balin. I could imagine. Hmm. It's a tapestry. Tapestry. No, he knows the prophecy. He's looking at it. It was indeed Balin. Thank you for confirming, Gregory. Yeah. Good enough. Nobody heard it. Oh. All the lab troops. I like the music of this place. That's a good speech. No, due to copyright reasons, I can't stream the film itself, so you have to watch it on a device of your choice and synchronize with a timer to watch with us. That's unfortunately the only way I can do it. Definitely knows how to convince the people, I think. Oh, it came up on your recommendations. Interesting. I didn't know that live streams are also recommended, but I guess they are, right? But yeah, welcome. Nice to see you here. Currently, we see the Master of Laketown discussing with Bart and Thorin Oakenshield. Oh, that is interesting. Bart's daughters are played by the real-life daughters of the Bofur actor. That's cool to know. Just eat a cookie real quick. Mute myself for a moment. And nepotism, yeah. Welcome to the media industry, where nepotism is very common. It's also a dwarf I kind of like from in the films. Good old Bofur. Pretty cool dude. Both. Don't have the extended version. We're currently have the dwarfs who stayed behind because Keely is wounded, and they need medicine, and now they got rejected by the master of Lake Town, and now they are talking to Bart. He says to Bart he's very sick. And we see now the boat with Thorin and his friends getting close to the lonely mountain. It's also a pretty cool scene, I have to admit. Hope that helps you synchronizing a bit with us. That is true, because Balin and him getting very friendly interaction with Bilbo. I also like Thorin, to be honest. Audio description. Yeah, that is true. I have to admit, I'm probably not too well known on how female Vikings pinned their cloak, but interesting to know. And yeah, here we see Dale. What is left of it. German translation of the name is Tal. In case people wonder, we could mapping things. So yeah, they're now close to this mountain here. And Dale is also somewhere there. See, Dale is here. Okay, my PlayStation does that to me. PlayStation will turn off in 10 minutes. Dude, I'm watching a film. What's wrong with you? Thorin, Bilbo's a bit more up and down. Yeah, for sure it's more up and down, their relationship, but this is also a screenshot I like to use a lot when I talked about Gandalf and Dol Guldur. Interestingly, in the books, like in the first film, we see Radagast exploring Dol Guldur. In the books, only Gandalf explores Dol Guldur. He's the first one, and very early on, he can't identify Sauron and escapes. I just need some shampoo. And Gandalf escapes both times, like, he's not captured. Spoiler. And we see Glamdring. the foe hammer. It's a pretty cool scene, I have to admit. I like what they did with Dol Guldur. I kind of find this place also creepy and very impressive. And it is Gandalf indeed who identifies that Sauron is there and escapes and tells the others, and Saruman still delays action against Dol Guldur in the White Council. There's a council after this here, but not in the film. They, as I said, changed it quite a bit. And here we have an extended scene. Coming up at some point in the film, I think. Now he's a Maiar, he's sturdy. They just say Maiar, a Maya. Without the R at the end, it's singular. It's an interesting thing that he says you have keen eyes, Mr. Baggins, because even Galadriel noted that when Frodo used the ring just a few times and had it for a couple of, well, he had it a few years already, that she said to him that your eyes already became keener just having the one ring. Shoo. This is not in the, that is not described in the films. I kind of like the idea, though, of this Dol Guldur side story and telling what is Gandalf doing in the meantime, because at some point Gandalf has to leave and does things with the others. Does it look like Minecraft? Yeah, Minecraft with pretty good graphics, I would say. Classic cages with dead people in it. Sounds always unpleasant. And here we have a dwarf. And this is indeed Throin, or written Thrain, pronounced. But the Old Norse pronunciation would be Throin the second. Yeah, it's indeed at some point Saruman, before this year, Saruman decides, like, the attack of Dol Guldur by the White Council is at the time of The Hobbit, if I remember correctly, and before that he was against it, and he was trying to find the One Ring himself, and then he said, yeah, actually I want Sauron, as you say, out of Dol Guldur, so I can search there without being interrupted by Sauron, who's also searching. So he stops blocking the White Council of attacking Dol Guldur, and he decides to do this. By the way, look at that. He has now both eyes. Throw in, for whatever reason, it's like a continuation mistake. I don't know why that exists, though. It's kind of severe. Like, the first time we see him in the first film in the thing, he's missing his left eye, I think. Maybe his right eye, I forgot which one it was, but I think it was his left one. And here is both eyes again. How strange. Yeah, he's a son of Thror, the grandfather of Thorin. He's the father of Thorin. But in the book, he doesn't know who he is. Like in the little notes we have about this meeting, Gandalf tells the council later he did not know who he was, and he only found out later, or he could conclude out of what he possessed. He was searching for. He was also on his way to Moria or to Erebor. No, to Erebor with Balin, I think, and he got captured, and they were attacked by orcs by night, and he was captured and brought here in the dungeons of Dol Guldur. Time heals, yeah. Time heals every wound, especially missing eyes. That's also a possibility. And interestingly, yeah, Thror gave his ring to Throin before he left to Moria and was captured by Arzok. And when he was captured here, the ring was taken. The last of the 7, yeah. It was not on the battlefield, though, that it was taken. This is where Gandalf actually gets the map and the key. Great fan of face tattoos. I forgot when he meets Throin. Like, he doesn't meet... He meets Throin before... Like, Throin gives him the map. That is actually true. So, Thrain, the father of Thorin, Thrain the Second. Or Throin. Actually, when does he die? Yeah, he already dies 2850. 100... He's... In the books, he's 100 years dead already. You can see how much they compress the time. It was, I think, when Gandalf first identified him, he probably found him. Yeah. Then Gandalf got the map from him and gave it to Thorin later. I think, yeah, in back end. The stuff is quite different. They should know that it's probably not possible. You would think dwarves have respect for dwarvish art. That is true. No, Gandalf he gave the map and the key he found with Throin in Dol Guldur. 2850 in the Third Age. And then he later, when he met Thorin the Second Oakenshield I think in the Blue Mountains. He gave they talked, and he brought him to this mission to retake. So Gandalf brought him to the mission to back, and he gave it, I think, in back end, the map and the key to him. But I'm not 100% sure. Maybe he gave it also earlier to him. I forgot how it worked exactly. In the film, he gives it before, but yeah, the map was with throw-in, same as the ring. This sound reminds me a bit of Elden Ring. This violin thing. Yeah, it's really confusing. Like, I also don't read. Yeah, hobbits are good at riddles. That is a good thing for it. Heavy foot. But yeah, I also mix up movie and films, book stuff, movie and film stuff, film and book stuff up quite a bit, because when you don't read frequently, you forget things, and then in your mind it meshes together over time. That's often the case with Lord of the Rings stuff. As I said, I read The Hobbit relatively rarely, because my content's mostly found in other books, and yeah, sometimes I also look into the Hobbit book, of course, but not as often. What scene are we at? Thorin Opensheet enters Erebor. They open just the door, and he's remembering the walls. Pretty cool scene. Yeah, The Hobbit is intended for children. Very important to keep in mind. We're all children, yeah. Well, my intellect definitely stopped at 12 years or something, so for sure. That is why you brought me here. If you look very closely, King's Foil, the classic. Thanks. Don't move. Yeah, the Feely Keely scene. Oh. It's a weed. Well. Oh, that's funny. You will know when you see it, for sure. That's a pretty cool scene, though, upcoming with Smaug. Good advice. I would say Balin always has the best advice. And he's gone. Don't wake it up. Good advice. Yeah, but pretty solid advice. Yeah, that is true. He's really... They're feasting on a body. I never noticed that. He walks down there. Fun fact. Gandalf's pretty OP. Bonk. No, they added this quite a lot of new scenes to this in the extended edition. Especially I like that this guy. This also looks pretty cool. This would be pretty weak if he didn't wake up. That's true. And currently, I see a scene that's not in the not extended cut. Well, no, we are back to the extended cut. Thróin just died, and now Gandalf is fighting with Sauron's power. It looks pretty cool, I have to admit. Unfortunately, it works only in motion. If you don't have this in motion, it doesn't, like, if you make a screenshot, it doesn't look that great, to be honest. Yeah, now he identifies who he is. But as said, in the books, Gandalf is not captured here. Gandalf just leaves. Which is a testament that Gandalf is actually very powerful. He's like a peer of Sauron. Also a Maya. Against some I have yet to be tested. Yeah. How to not get sucked into a black hole. So might take notes. Yeah, true. Wow. Good acoustic in this hall, it feels. Yeah, that's a pretty cool scene where Bilbo just enters, sees all the treasures in this gigantic hall. Yeah, turns out Thror was Dagobert Duck. No, it's Scrooge McDuck. Dagobert is his German name. Scrooge McDuck. And I think that's how I think he's called in English. Yeah, he's just napping and Scrooge can swim. That's true. At this moment, Bilbo noticed that he's kind of screwed. Just imagine Ankalagon the Black, who was potentially even more powerful and I guess much bigger. You must work about your Morgan Freeman, though it is about, yeah, well, you have. Yeah, this voice is so cool. I would though count this as swimming through the gold as well, to be honest. Like, he is definitely a bit similar to Scrooge McDuck in this regard. Yeah, for the better. Don't tell him. It's pretty cool. Many lines from the books. Oh, we told Gollum what's more to lose. Gollum can't fly. This guy can. Songpanzer, greatest design of the firefighter. I could imagine. No. Torching as an invisible dragon, he was unstoppable. That's a good point. But Gandalf could still see him, though. Grisou, okay, now I get what you are coming from. Good old Grisou, yeah. Classic. But too long ago. Little dragon wants to become a firefighter. The statue there with the bird on its head. Not funny. Wow. Donk. Must have heard. Sacred Fire, Gandalf, versus Invisible Fire, Smaug. Going for coffee back soon. Okay, have a good one. I think we have 15 minutes to go, and the film should be over already. Kind of time passes by so quickly. You know we need here Azaghal. Yeah. And Gandalf's fear was for sure that Sauron might ally with Smaug at some point. And the dragons in Tolkien's world were created by Sauron's master Morgoth once. So an alliance would be definitely possible. However, as said, and this is one thing I really hate about the second Hobbit film, this scene is also nuts because why would orcs climb on roofs? Like, roof climbing orcs? What is going on there? But I hate that Gandalf is captured by Sauron, because Gandalf has one of the 3 rings of power. And in no world would Sauron not have taken the ring of power from Gandalf. There's a scene in the extended edition where one orc tries to get it from Gandalf, which I appreciate that they added, but it still makes no sense. Here we see that one of the things is missing. Yeah, this scene should have been the end or so. I agree. It's definitely a problem with the pacing and when the films cut off. But we can watch the next part next week or so. I won't watch it in right next to this though. Yeah. That's a really cool scene between Bilbo and Smaug here. I like it a lot. It's probably the highlight of the film. I don't like the orcs climbing on roofs and stuff. It kind of makes me angry. Also, pretty brutal at times, these scenes. Kind of funny, but Matrix style here. Welcome back, Tushan. Now starts the age of nonsense in the film. kind of brutal, isn't it? Just cutting off the heads all the time. I mean, it's funny to me, but I don't know. It's my opinion a bit much here and there. Yeah, there they climb from the ceiling down from Moria, that is true, but it was not a roof. In a town. It's less about that that the orcs wouldn't be able to climb. It's more about that it feels strange to see the orcs. How does everybody know Athelas, though? I like how he just blocked the path with his sword. I don't know. I think it was a kind of a cool move. Were those not goblins? Technically, like I would argue goblin and orc is kind of synonymously, but often we make the distinction between goblins being maybe a bit smaller than classic orcs or uruks. Now he's lying. I find it very fitting that the head of the dwarf is lying on chestnuts, I think they're called. Because the scene is nuts as well. Nut puns, really? It is nuts. I don't know why they wanted to add like a Arwen scene or something like this here. Made very little sense to me. This whole love triangle stuff. And this particular scene, like it feels, in my opinion, like a very artificial addition to all the story, not really needed. But yeah, the best thing I can do out of this scene is some stupid puns, so sorry for that. Yeah, because there has to be an Arwen just as there's to be a Wormtongue. And let's not forget that even the Arwen role is very different in the books. And it's just like trying to stick to the formula that Lord of the Rings kind of established with some of these choices and so on. which I don't mind too much, but here it's simply, in my opinion, not fitting the tone of it. It's a pretty cool scene, though, that Smaug is losing coins. Because we can actually read that he has in his scales and so on that there are treasures in it. I think this is a pretty cool scene. This, on the other hand, like I said, the nuts are in the background describing what I think about the scene as well. Nuts. Exactly. Why is she even here? Yeah, that is true, Zushan. Smaug is a bit, yeah. In a lot of scenes, he doesn't notice somebody's there or not. Sometimes he's very smart, and sometimes he is not. You could argue he's maybe playing with his prey. Yeah, Walnüsse. I don't know what the English term for it is. Oh, it's not chestnut, it's walnuts. Okay, in English as well. What is he, chestnut then? Oh, it's a castagna. Okay, whatever. But yeah, it's a walnut then. In German, the term is also Walnuss. Hazelnut is hazelnuss. But as I said, I never use the botanic terms in English, so sorry if I don't mix them up or don't know them. Same with berries. I don't know what berry is what berry in English. I definitely have to admit, though, I like what they did with the black speech in the film. It sounds very how I would imagine black speech kind of sounds. There's also such a strange scene coming up. I think the woman that forgot her name, unfortunately. She's like training actors with accents and stuff like this, which is of course very difficult. And yeah, she has probably also was also consulted, worked probably on the Hobbit films, if I remember correctly. Forgot, unfortunately, her name. Back from the hairdresser just in time. Very strong orc. Must be really unfortunate to fight this guy with all this metal sticking in his body and armor stuff. The point is, the movie is more nuts. That's true. The hazelnuts is a flavor of chocolate. Yeah, is the famous hazelnut cream. Nutella, I think is the name. Not I think, I know. I haven't eaten in a long time, to be honest. I don't want to make advertisement for stuff. But yeah, it exists. But it just means hazelnut in German. Donk. Donk. Oh man. These scenes. I kind of like them though. I think the worst part of this is the part with the gold at the end. Like I get the idea behind it, and I would argue it is not bad, but I like how Smaug then looks at this gold statue later and is mesmerized by it, and that makes kind of sense. But I still, the overall execution of it and so on, I kind of disliked. Take cover. Yeah, that's true. Maybe they should have ended it much earlier. This lever. Dragon hates bath. Good old lever pull. Did you just hear the gong? I think it's hopefully the word also called in English. Never noticed that. Also, I'm too stupid to write this word correctly. Yeah, it seems like it's the same word in English. If this little cart isn't getting hot. Wheelbarrow. The classic, like he runs into the room, it's silent. And then he breaks through the wall. Oh no. Turns out the dragon kind of likes gold. Like, I like the idea, but it's still strange. Know what I mean? Roop. Unfortunately, it isn't hard enough yet. Now he's Smaug the Golden. Quite pretty in gold, yeah. No, I thought it would be 2 hours 41, so it is longer than that. And here it ends. It's interesting. I wasn't even sure if it ends with Smaug's death already in this thing, but yeah. Does not. Interesting. So that was, at least I'm in the credits now, that was The Hobbit, The Desolation of Smaug, second film. He is supposed to be Smaug the Golden. That is true, to be honest. That is absolutely true. A red golden dragon. Okay, how did you like the film, people? Always very interesting to see. Like I said, here the starting, I think then the next film might become even worse when it comes to the romantic part than the second one. But yeah, this healing scene I didn't like. I didn't like the orcs there attacking Lake Town, climbing over roofs and stuff like that. It has though definitely some better like some pretty good scenes, like with Smaug and Bilbo. The dialogue is pretty good because it's also pretty close to the books. That Gandalf got captured I also disliked heavily, even though I like that they added the whole White Council stuff to the films in a very compressed form. It did too many changes for my taste, and some of them makes no sense. Like Sauron would never capture Gandalf and not take one of the 3 rings from him as basically the first thing he does. Oh, I knocked out Gandalf. Let's not take his ring then. Just wait for whatever reason. Like, it makes no sense. That makes me almost the most angry about the second part. Oh no, Tirza, that's so unfortunate. I'm bummed I missed you guys watching. Got the notification way too late. Oh no. I announced it as early as I could. Tirza. I think yesterday or so I announced it. I posted it on Discord, on Twitter, and so on. I hope that YouTube would notify my people who regularly watch here, but currently YouTube really hates notifying people watching my content. A good example for that would be the last Who is Galadriel video, which struggles getting 1,000 views, which makes me very sad, I have to admit. But let's not go there. Yeah, Sauron is mindful of private property. Yeah, for sure he is. Oh, you meant you saw it too late, nothing on you. Okay, I mean, if I can improve informing people earlier that they don't miss the stream here or so, of course I would try. But how does he know he has a ring? Well, he's right next to him, and Sauron can see the unseen. Like, That's a very good question you're asking here, and it's a really good question you're asking. How is he supposed to know? Because we know. Let me just get out the quote from the Lord of the Rings book. Not the quote, but the section. I'm Silmarillion. I think the wrong chapter. So in the chapter The Mirror of Galadriel, Galadriel talks about her ring Nenya. Wait, I just need to search for Nenya. So let me just see if I can. She lifted up her white arms and spread out her hands toward the east in a gesture of rejection and denial. Eärendil, the evening star most beloved of the elves, shone clear above. So bright was it that the figure of the elven lady cast a dim shadow on the ground. So it's talking about Galadriel and Frodo meeting in Lord of the Rings and having this Mirror of Galadriel scene. Its rays glanced upon a ring about her finger. It glittered like polished gold, overlaid with silver light, and a white stone in it twinkled as if the even star had come down to rest upon her hand, which I really like. It's a very poetic way of describing it, which I really like. So Tolkien demonstrates another time he was a true master of writing. Frodo gazed at the ring with awe, for suddenly it seemed to him that he understood. Okay, now I did a terrible mistake, it feels. Okay, found it again. Just checked. There was understood was linked. I just was curious what happens if I click on it. Yes, she said, divining his thought. It is not permitted to speak of it, and Elrond could not do so, but it cannot be hidden from the ring-bearer and one who has seen the eye. Verily, it is in the land of Lorien, upon the finger of Galadriel, that one of the three remains. Verily, it is in the land of Lorien, upon the finger of Galadriel, that one of the three remains. This is Nenya, the ring of adamant, and I am its keeper. So, if we read this further, it becomes clear that Frodo could see it, because he has the one ring, he has seen the eye. He has seen into the unseen. And when she later asks Sam, let me just see if I find it. A bit later, she asks Sam if he could see the ring. Maybe I'll read the other section also. So Frodo asks a very interesting question to Galadriel, I think. I would ask one thing before we go, said Frodo, a thing which I often meant to ask Gandalf in Rivendell. I am permitted to wear the One Ring. Why cannot I see all the others and know the thoughts of those that wear them? You have not tried, she said. Only thrice you have set the ring upon your finger, since you knew what you possessed. Do not try, it would destroy you. Did not Gandalf tell you that the rings give power according to the measure of each possessor? Before you could use that power, you would need to become far stronger and train your will to the domination of others. Yet even so, as ring-bearer and as one that has borne it on your finger and seen which is hidden, we talked about this particular scene earlier. Your sight is grown keener, like you have keen eyes. Thorin said to Bilbo, in different contexts though. Maybe also due to the ring. You have perceived my thought more clearly than many that are accounted wise. You saw the eye of him that holds the 7 and the 9, and did you not see and recognize the ring upon my finger? Did you see my ring? She asked, turning again to Sam. No, lady, he answered. To tell the truth, I wondered what you were talking about. So Sam could not see the ring. Frodo could see it, though. And you can bet if Frodo can see the ring, Sauron can see the ring as well, even when he has not the ring. So, yeah, I hope this kind of answers the question. Sauron for sure can the ring on Gandalf's finger when he's right next to him. I think Gandalf would not be powerful enough to hide it from Sauron. So, in my opinion, that's very unlikely. I also think that maybe Sauron knew that he has the ring. Sauron already could guess that the rings were in Lindon, and he knows Círdan was there, Elrond was there back in the day, that those two had the ring, Gil-galad had one ring, maybe Galadriel had one ring. He could probably have guessed that those guys have the rings, the 3 rings. And maybe Gandalf could have, he knows who Gandalf is. He for sure would have checked if he has maybe also a ring or something like that. So let me see. Chris, how would sound on the ring? Okay, we get this mindful. I'm watching less YouTube lately to help me force more productivity in my real life. That's a really good thing, Priscilla. As polite as Disney when their copyrights are encroached upon. Okay. I mean, let's look at this way. If Sauron cannot respect personal property, how can he expect the dirty elves to keep their dirty fingers out of Middle-earth when he conquers it? Well, interesting way to look at it. Very rude of Gandalf not to give him the ring, though. Need to go, guys. Okay, see you, Priscilla. Nice you were here. Sauron, without the possession of the One Ring, could see Gandalf's ring, yes. Because Sauron and the ring are one being. There's no difference. Sauron can see the unseen and perceive it. I think it would be impossible also to hide, I think Elrond or Galadriel could also not hide their ring from Gandalf. And he was also not wearing the One Ring. He could potentially see it. These beings are powerful enough. Galadriel also says that Sauron often tried to basically read her mind in the section earlier. Let me just see. And its keeper suspects, but he suspects, but he does not know, not yet. Do you not see now? He assumes he suspects it. He does not know. Sauron does not know for sure, but he's also not next standing to Galadriel. Just to give you an idea. Do not see now wherefore your coming is to us as a footstep of doom. For if you fail, then we are laid bare to the enemy. Yet if you succeed, then our power is diminished, and Lothlorien will fade, and the tides of time will sweep away. We must depart into the west and dwindle to a rustic folk of dell and cave, slowly to forget and to be forgotten. I'm currently trying to fight. He also talks about that Sauron tries to perceive. You perceived Lady Galadriel, think you must the right wish in the ring. I don't find it. There's also an interesting quote in this section. I just reread it recently for the video I'm currently working on. In the video before, it's interesting that Galadriel confessed to having one of the three to Sam. That is true, actually. It's so predictable that Círdan would give his ring to Gandalf. It's not that predictable, but if I have one of my chief enemies here at hand, you would check or would look very closely if he might have something interesting. Like, it seems highly unrealistic to me that Sauron would not check this. Like, I wouldn't say, I'm not saying he could have easily guessed it. I'm more saying, like, Sauron would have checked. Like, it was a possibility, and Sauron was not a fool. At times, maybe, but not always. Oh. That's kind of funny. Fortunately, my Blu-ray just restarted. Now I have to see all the warning hints in 35 different languages, which is kind of funny. Scene selection. So I start the film just from the beginning. Let me see. Isn't 246? I know what it is that you last saw, she said, for that is also in my mind. Do not be afraid. But I don't think only by singing amid the trees. But do not think that only by singing amid the trees, nor even by the slender arrows of elven bows, is this land of Lothlorien maintained and defended against its enemy. I say to you, Frodo, that even as I speak to you, I perceive the Dark Lord and know his mind, or all of his mind that concerns the elves. And he gropes ever to see me and my thought, but still the door is closed. This was before she talked about her ring that she has. And Galadriel's also very potent in reading and seeing into other people's minds. So keep this in mind. Do you think the dwarves versus Smaug action sequence went on too long in this movie? I don't think so. I don't think so. Wow. I think the movie has, like, it's a movie for a mainstream audience, and I feel like those in the matter of this time when this movie was created, and especially trying to mimicking Lord of the Rings a little bit, I think these action fight sequences and so on are kind of needed, and especially in this. When did the first Avatar film make 3D popular? 2009. This film was 2013. So to basically give the people make use of the 3D and so on, I can definitely feel why they added this. And yeah, I don't know, in this classical idea of an adventure movie, if that makes sense. For me, this kind of works. I wouldn't say it's too long. Like, it's the finale of the film, so they need to show you something like that, I feel. Finale. I always kind of pronounce this word wrong. Whatever, but you know what I mean. Let me just check a few things. Yeah, it's in this regard, I can understand this. And this film had plenty of this. We had this barrel escape scene that was pretty intense. We had the fighting in the in Lake Town. We had the fighting. There was a lot of fighting in this film already. And yeah, I don't know. We have to keep coming back to it being a children's story, and the dwarves fight has elements of a slapstick and pantomime. He's behind you that children's laugh. Yeah, that is true. I think though, I'm not sure because probably it has to do with me being German and growing up in a time when German youth protection laws and the attitude what is okay when it comes to violence for children for children seeing in films was very strict back in my day. A lot of video games especially were kind of not allowed in Germany or were could not be sold publicly anymore because minors were not allowed to see them and so on. It was I wouldn't say a terrible time because we still kind of got access to them and played them anyway, but it was a very, very strict time. And I sometimes think to myself, back in the early, let's say, in the late 90s, early 2000s, I don't know, cutting off this orc's head and so on was pretty brutal in my opinion. But for all the play violence, nobody gets hurt, do they? I think it's never really focused too much, and as you say, there's some slapstick to the violence as well, like the orc on his two blades and so on. There have just a few scenes, and it's just always the orc was hurt a bit. And just talking about this guy whose head got cut off, and he was on Legolas things, and then he was let down into the water. It was kind of a funny scene, but it felt like it is maybe a bit too much. It was definitely kind of borderline, I felt. The focus of the scene was more on the slapstick and less on the violence, so it was kind of okay. But I know it was the same with Lord of the Rings, where I also saw a lot of heads flying around and so on. So I don't know if this is the right idea for young children. Interestingly, in Germany it has an FSK 12, so it's for 12-year-olds. That's I guess fitting. It's definitely too violent for 6-year-olds. But the question is, would it be possible to make this film get in Germany an FSK 6? And they probably definitely had to cut a lot of the violence, I think. But yeah. But yeah, that was good old Hobbit. 3 hours and 9 I had on so it was a bit over 3 hours, right? When the film stopped. That is true. Thorin's death scene is kind of sad for a children's book. Spoiler. I hope everybody watching this here has seen the film already, or they know the story to some degree. And there are 2 more deaths that are also a lot of deaths are there. Oops. Don't worry, Joe. I would be surprised if people watch my videos here or my watch live streams and don't know the story already. But yeah, there are quite a few deaths later on, and fights, and also some slapstick combat stuff going on. So there's definitely that. Yeah, I think before we started, I said something like that. I assume that most people have seen it and so on and so forth. So I should give maybe a proper spoiler warning next time at the beginning. So it's the last film, so there isn't much to spoil left, I guess, except the ending at the beginning. I don't know. Yeah, the voice acting of Smaug and the dragon itself, how it looked. Like when the film came out, the CGI looked really well on Smaug. Like it was really convincing. I really love the shot here where Smaug looks at Bilbo. That's a pretty cool scene here in the thumbnail, which is also why I've chosen it, of course. And that was definitely a highlight in the film, for sure. Definitely. One thing, definitely a thing I liked. I also like Bart, and I like how Lake Town looks and the feel of it. Though there's some elements I don't like that much. But yeah, overall it's interesting. Very curious how Oh yeah, I think I have seen this a long time ago. Good old Stephen Colbert. It's definitely a very interesting element and thing that might that are these films, you know? Like it's cool that we have them. We're probably not all too happy about like some details of it, but overall I feel like they're not as bad as some people make the films to be, I feel. And I had a really good time watching the second one as well. Even better than I would have expected. But it might also be because I was sometimes distracted a bit with looking up something really quick, finding a quote or so. Licton looks like something for Oliver Twist. Yeah. I also liked like the look of Erebo itself was also pretty cool. Are you going to give how much did you like the film, the watch party? What do you want me to ask in like a survey, a poll? Hobbit gets better with age. Maybe not. I'm not sure. But it's kind of it helps when you know what's expected. I think also the some of the extended stuff was pretty well. Like the scene with Thorin's Oakenshield's father, Thorin, was pretty cool. Like I like that they added him to the story. It's a bit unfortunate he's not that like the not in the theatrical cut. There he's completely cut out, and he just pulls down the rocks, I think, and then he stands in front of Sauron already and is captured. I have to do. Unfortunately, I only have 3 options for voting. So we just make it 1, 2, 3. Bad, middle, good. First time for me to see the extended edition of the Hobbit films. Okay, it's nice that you. How did you like the extended edition? Maybe I should have written the extended edition. I like the second Hobbit film, especially in the extended edition. I should have added. I like to rewatch the whole movie for the first time in a long time. I'm so used to watching the shorter fan edit closer to the book, but I also know that it will be a long time before I revisit this version again. I can see this. It's definitely not as good for me as Lord of the Rings, which I can watch basically every day because it's just so good. How old was Bilbo at this time? Was it 33 or 66? I think it might be 60. Let me just calculate in my head. 66 would be too young. I have to calculate. I have to look up the date because this is 60 years before his birthday. So he's 111, 51, right? Yeah, that makes more sense. He must be, 51. Good. That makes complete sense. He's born 2000, third age 2890. And this plays 2941, in case people wonder. So the Hobbit story. Ah, 51st birthday when he and the dwarves are being in Lake Town. Makes sense. They should release the Maple edit in theaters. Yeah, it would be interesting to see, like. I mean, they have the material. They could easily add something together that you know, that makes more sense in this context of films and stuff. It means to celebrate, it seems. I'm not even sure how it's pronounced. In German, the word actually exists, Fete, for celebration, party, feast. Fate, it's pronounced, it seems. Consulting the dictionary. I would assume it's related. These words are related. Ah, it's borrowed from French. Festa. Festum. Festum is a Latin word. I didn't know that. And the French version is the English version. Fate is also borrowed from the same word, French, from the same French word. Une fête. It was clumsy pronounced, but kind of like that. Unfortunately, not many people are voting here. But so far we have 5 votes, and 60% say it's good. It's a bit divisive considering that we have this little votes, but kind of interesting to see. Yeah, that is also a scene I disliked a little bit, I have to admit, Joe. Most haters boycott the screening, yeah, but the dwarfs giving up at when the sun goes down, that is very strange to me as well. Like, I really like the scene where Glóin is not wanting to give more money to pay Bard off, and then they see Erebor, and all are just moved, and he said, okay, take it all, because like, this is a scene I really like in the film, because it makes clear, okay, how important this is to every dwarf standing there. Then they give up so fast. I feel it feels totally out of character. Like, I get they made it to kind of, I don't know, dramatize this scene a bit, but it feels exaggerated, a bit out of place in my opinion as a result. Like, these dwarves never gave me the impression that they would give up fast, and they gave up very fast there. Oh no, the sun is down. Well, then we just go home. See you later, guys. See you next week. And then they're just off. That's a bit unfortunate. Not sure what you guys think of that particular scene. I mean, I don't mind that people potentially thinking that it's not good, or they dislike the first one already, or whatever, that they boycott the screenings and so on. Like, of course, if you don't like it, don't watch it. It's pretty simple, I guess. I wouldn't call them also haters. It's probably a bit harsh. Like, definitely there's some legitimate criticism for it, but there are, of course, also people around, and I noticed this a lot with Rings of Power, that are consistently complaining about every detail and so on. And it's, I mean, criticizing things is totally okay, I think, but some people overdo it a little bit. Like, when I try to review something, I always try to find something good and say, yeah, this they did good, and try also to point out the negative. Of course, in some cases, there's a lot of negative. Yeah, YouTube comments, shortened. Yeah, well, YouTube comments are usually also not that great. On my channel, YouTube comments are, of course, very great, because most people are awesome. Yeah, the haircut criticism. I mean, sure, if you have a different image in mind, and then you can complain and say, yeah, I didn't like the haircuts, but I also was not a fan of the haircuts, to be honest. But I could just look over it, like, whatever. It's just haircuts. Like, sometimes people put things, or I mean, it's kind of legit in a way. Sure, if it triggers you, it triggers you. You probably don't get triggered on purpose, if that makes sense. on one side. But sometimes it's hard to, to relate to that, and when people get triggered by so many small things. I mean, it's the same with when I complain about some law inaccuracies, where I say, oh no, this is completely different than in the books, and due to changing this makes what happens later less impactful or so, and I complain about details like this, like how they portrayed these 3 rings of powers in the Rings of Power show. I hated that. I thought they should have taken much more time for it and stick to what Tolkien wrote there. But for some people who are not that deep into the world, this might be a minor complaint as well, and say, yeah, whatever. Why should the order be important? But from my perspective, it is kind of important. Speaking of the actual Rings of Power, in case people were wondering what is next on this channel here, I'm currently working on a video about the 20 Rings of Power and some misconceptions that usually come up. It's not done yet, but if I should be able to get this voice recorded tomorrow, I can't promise you that it will be done tomorrow then. I try to complete it tomorrow then, if I get the voice recording done in a correct time. Finrod and Rings of Power needs to be. I try to complete it tomorrow. Maybe it's Monday though. To be honest, I would have loved to complete it today, but I couldn't. I couldn't make it, and I wanted to watch with you the second Hobbit film. So if I wouldn't have watched the second Hobbit film, I would have worked on the video. And then it would have been done tomorrow for sure. But yeah, I try to get the video done tomorrow if possible. That would be pretty great in my opinion. I hope a lot of people will watch it this time, because it's always kind of worrisome for me when videos don't perform that well on this channel. And the last one performed absolutely terrible. I'm not sure. Did everybody in the chat watch the last Galadriel video on this channel? Just guess you would better not include Galadriel in the title. Well, but why? Galadriel is, in my opinion, still such a cool character in fantasy literature at all. Only because they don't like the show or so. Twice. It was amazing. Okay, good to know. No, I still thinking about how to name the video, because I don't want to give the impression that it's about the show Rings of Power, but it's about the actual Rings of Power. Maybe I call it Misconceptions about the 20 Rings of Power, or something like that. Oh, you watched it also twice. I find it kind of amazing that some people watch it twice. But yeah, that I assume you liked it then, so it's much appreciated. Did you also watch the last Who is Elrond video about the time of Hammerhand or Hammerhand? It was also, in my opinion, a pretty good video, I have to admit. I liked that a lot. I was very happy with the result, let's put it that way. That only once? Okay. Makes sense, though. I'm happy that people watch my stuff there. Yeah, less than, like, it's currently sitting on 955 views. Like, if a video performs bad on my channel, that's to give you a perspective from my personal expectation, it would get like 2,000, 3,000 views. If it performs good, it would get 5 to 10,000 views. That is mine. It's very good. Everything above 10k is very, very good for me. So yeah, I don't know. It is a bit unfortunate. Currently, my channel is not beloved by the algorithm, I have to admit. yeah, probably the Who is Elrond #2, which got 400k views, so that's pretty good. Didn't I read somewhere that the 20 rings were just the most powerful of all the rings? So there are more than 20. Yes, beyond, like when in Eregion the elves made the rings of power. This is, by the way, also mentioned in the video. They also made, I assume before they made the great rings of power, they made some lesser rings. And those are not as powerful. How many they made of these lesser rings is not known, but they made those. Potentially also on the with the guidance and knowledge of Sauron and his designs, of course, and he was still around when they were probably made, so also very dangerous. Can't watch it that often. Yeah, much appreciate it. I appreciate if you have just watched it once. I already appreciate it a lot. Like Gandalf had a good way of expressing what is going on. It would be faster to look in my... Yeah, Gandalf says the lesser rings were only essays in the craft before it was full grown, and to the elven smith they were but trifles, I think it's pronounced, yet still to my mind dangerous for mortals. But the great rings, the rings of power, they were perilous. Let me just see how trifles is pronounced correctly. It's trifles. Okay, it seems like I pronounced it correctly. Awesome. Finally, I guessed chat. We have a premiere here. I guessed a pronunciation of an English word kind of right. It's a first try. That's like absolutely new. Yeah, Gregory makes also a point. I'm talking a bit about this in the next video as well. For me, yeah, I agree with you, Gregory, here, that the existence of the lesser rings is potentially part of the reason it took Gandalf so long to realize Bilbo's rings was the one ring. Exclamation mark instead of yeah, I agree with you. It was potentially the reason for that. That's why I think they are kind of important, because it makes no sense that Gandalf would not have come up faster with the idea. If it's a great ring of power, it must be the one ring. How about something more snappy and clickbaity? All 20 rings of law of the 20 rings, 20 rings of power or something like that. Yeah. Insane. All 20 rings of power reviewed or explained or something like that. I would cut out the insane. Like my nails roll up when I read these these titles. I know I'm very terrible at business, but and at doing YouTube as well, it seems. Also, yeah, I hear this a lot. Gregory also wrote, I like to listen to your videos like a podcast. They're always great information, much appreciated. I know a lot of people do this a bit, watching them as podcast or so. That has several problems, I think, because people often don't press a like button. Maybe they listen to it while falling asleep and then they don't subscribe or anything. And yeah, that brings me into a lot of trouble in times where I need, I think currently Lord of the Rings views on YouTube are a bit down anyway, but I'm talking again about this stuff, so we should just talk about the lore. So it's a bit to be expected. I just hope it gets better. Would be awesome. But the word seems to be associated with big view numbers. The problem is my videos are not for, like, the style of my videos is complicated. It goes into a lot of details. We look into book quotes. We dissect those and analyze everything. I feel like the audience that finds this content interesting is in of itself already a bit smaller and potentially less needed to be clickbaited, you know what I mean? They're just interested. Oh, there's a guy talking about the Rings of Power stuff with quotes. Maybe I should call it Law of the 20 Rings of Powers with quotes. Or something like this. No, I don't know. Maybe Gamgee had one of the lesser rings which helped him grow the best taters in Middle-earth. Now that's power. Potentially true. Yeah, listening to it in parts when I fall asleep, so I'll probably watch one video 10 times before I finished it. Yeah, that is potentially possible. I mean, I don't mind watching that people watch the videos like this or hear them as a podcast. It often, stuff on my channel worked out pretty well, but currently it's really a bit frustrating for me. I like your suggestion with the word misconceptions in the title. Yeah, in German, like I had a video also called Misconceptions About the Nazgul on my channel, and that did decently. Not as well as I hoped. It did pretty well on the German channel though, even though it was identical, and that was called Missverständnisse über die Ringgeister. Or maybe Missverständnisse über die Nazgul, something like that. I also want to make this video. Originally, I planned to make this Misconceptions About the Rings of Power video in German, and simply because my main channel is currently dying, I decided to make it an English video. So I might translate it into German though and make a German version of it as well. So for the German viewers, there might be a German version of it at some point, but currently I have to fill my main channel with content because else I feel it feels like I have to do something on the main channel simply. Yeah, that is true. Gandalf tells Frodo that Sauron thought the One Ring had been lost or destroyed by the elves. How could he have thought that yet not consider anyone would try to destroy the ring? Maybe he thought they found a way or something. It seems like Sauron is also not aware of some of the abilities or details of the ring. It had to be found out later by the wise. Took some research for them as well, I guess, to understand the nature. It's a bit strange, to be honest. I agree with you there, Trishan. I have a law question while we are talking about the rings. Okay, that was related to what you just wrote. It's a bit strange that, in a way, like, for example, Gandalf says also something interesting to Frodo. Let me see if I find it. Yeah, here he basically it's in I think The Shadow of the Past. He knows that it is a great ring, for it gave Gollum long life. So it seems this implies that only great rings prolong the life of the bearer. He knows it was not one of the three, for they have never been lost and they endure no evil. He knows that it is not one of the 7 or the 9, for they are accounted for. So the only ring that is left that it can be, if it's a great ring, is the One Ring. And this is also the quote that confirms that the One Ring is considered a great ring of power, and not like some extra special case or something like that. Does Sauron really know that destruction of the ring means his total destruction? No. I think he does not. But getting this with quotes is difficult out of right now. It would require some research. But there was like a mention of Sauron that he thought the elves destroyed the ring and he wondered that he was still there, but he assumed it happened. So he was probably not aware that, or he maybe assumed that something like this could happen, but he did not 100% know. Because he thought, I think this is basically the connection to the other question, that he thought the elves destroyed the One Ring, and he was still there. So maybe he assumed, okay, maybe I can survive the destruction of the One Ring. This turned out to be false, though, and he later is destroyed, diminished to nothing, basically. He's not completely destroyed, but his power, he loses all his power if that happens, if it is destroyed, as we find out later in the book. So it's not his total destruction, it's just diminishing him to a mere shadow that has no power anymore, and he can't be a threat to Middle-earth anymore. He can't recover from this destruction of his power. I mean, when he was separated from the One Ring, he potentially also, and his body was destroyed, he already was kind of diminished for a long time. Do Maya go to the halls of Mandos when they're disembodied? I don't know, to be honest. I think that is a special case that is not 100% clear. I always thought that Gandalf might have also went to the halls of Mandos for a moment and then was transferred out of there, but it seems like he directly went to the halls of Eru and then was sent back by Eru from there. But hard to tell. It is, in my opinion, possible, because there is at the end of the Scouring of the Shire, let me see if I find it. Don't find it. Yeah, I think here it is. For a moment, the dismay of those that stood by about the body of Saruman, to the dismay of those who stood by, around the body of Saruman, a great mist gathered, and rising slowly to a great height like smoke from a fire, as a pale shrouded figure it loomed over the hill. For a moment it wavered, looking to the west, but out of the west came a cold wind, and it bent away and with a sigh dissolved into nothing. So here it seems like it looked to the west as like mist or smoke, like a spirit, and maybe this was the look if he could return to the halls of Mandos. So I think, yeah, this might be a hint at this. You can interpret it this way, but you can for sure have a different opinion on this as well. Where's a place where Morgoth is trapped? He is like there are the gates of night, And beyond those, where the sun and the moon basically leave the world when it's night, and that's why they're called this way, and they entered through the gates of morning, and beyond those gates there is the void, and through this gate into the void Morgoth was kicked, and he can't enter through these gates again. In the halls of Mandos, they don't have bodies anyway. It's this place for the spirits, for the fair of elves and the souls and spirits of people. They get a body when they get out of the halls of Mandos again, but they're not having one in the halls itself. But Maya, or the spirit beings, are complete as spirits itself. The elves are incomplete when they don't have a body. And this is kind of, it only works for them kind of in the halls of Mandos. It's not great, but it works. Outside of it, it doesn't work though. That's at least how I understand it. Maybe Morgoth, Sauron, Saruman are all in the void playing checkers forever, potentially. And they play checkers in the void ever after. The end. I should say they played happily checkers in the void ever after. Until the fight with Manwë at the end of the world. Or something. Yeah. They play Risk Middle Earth Edition. I like that. That is probably the most likely case. They play Risk in the Middle Earth Edition in the void. Happily ever after. Okay, chat. So, what are we going to do next is a good question. So I will end the stream. I'm thinking about either I work a bit on the script for the next video. I could maybe switch to Twitch and stream there, because if I work on the video a lot, I'm not sure if I'm able to stream tomorrow on Twitch. So we could do this today. But the problem is I have Loretta and Melania in front of me for the Elden Ring level 1 run. And Melania is the toughest boss in the game, so it might be really frustrating. My motivation is not fully there for streaming right now. What on earth happened here? Range. I think it's 23:20 CET. You deserve to call it a day. You are right. It is 20 yeah, it's 20 past 20, or whatever. I can't tell English times. It's 20 nach 11. Numbers, times in English, always difficult. Oh, now I get it. I opened the wrong program here. Jetzt zieh vor 12. I could also say it like that. 23:20 Uhr, yeah. It's something like that. Are there any topics in chat you would like me to cover in the future on the channel? Like any lore topics? Where you say, hey Chris, maybe make a video about this. I always wanted to make an updated video about the blue wizards. I'm not sure how interesting this sounds for some of you people, but maybe a shorter video as well. Something like this. I want to make another, because I was asked recently in comments, and a personal friend of mine also asked me. I want to also make a new episode for the film and book series, which goes on very slowly. I know this, but I always saw it as some kind of side project when I have time to make those videos and need shorter content that I can decide how long it is myself without investing into videos that are hours long. I always like to pump out or just produce one of these film book differences videos, but they don't come up very often. One came out very recently, maybe from Broken Sword. Interesting. I made a Radagast the Brown video. Denethor, Anarion, Grima Wormtongue, Prince Imrahil of Dol Amros. Doesn't look, at least not in recent time. Currently checking Men of the West channel. Maybe he did something. Doesn't look like it either. Did Matt do something in this direction? Maybe Red Book? I don't know. Currently not seeing Blue Wizard video. Blue Wizard's lore. Broken Sword made a video 1 year ago. Matt 2 years ago. Indeed Geek 2 years ago. Man of the West 2 years ago. Tolkien Untangled 2 years ago. Geek Zone 5 years ago. It's kind of funny. Shout out to Geek Zone. Maybe. I mean, it's not like there aren't good videos out there, it seems. I'm sorry, it looks like it wasn't recent. Maybe something the recommendations. Yeah, it was. I thought it was recently. Oh, Darth Gandalf did a video. Watch party for the next episode next week. Yeah, we could try next week. Let me see what date it is. Let me just check my calendar here. Really quick. Next week is probably February already, right? Yeah, looks like it. Should be the 4th February. Seems like, yeah, now that I check this, that is unfortunate. I have time. I'm just seeing that somebody has, like, somebody had birthday there, but he won't celebrate it. But yeah. So in theory, I should have time. So maybe next Saturday. I will set it up maybe on Friday or Thursday, the scheduling for the stream then. And then we have another great stream there and some content for February, which is also great. Then we watch the 5 armies there. Let me just activate my other screen here. And what am I going to do with this? No Birchman. Okay, this seems to be the stream credit. I have to do stream credits again, chat. It's this time in the year again. We have to do stream credits. And let me just see. Is there any? I probably should delete some older people who did not prolong their membership. But yeah, nobody. I think this list here is kind of complete. I'm not sure when I did it, but it was somewhat recently. So there's that. I also should bring back my stream so I know what you people are talking. Oh, Council's Rings is here. Welcome. Nice to see you. You are hitting me at the very end of the stream. So shout outs to you. Another fantastic content creator. So maybe check his channel. Shout outs to Council of the Rings. Enjoyed listening today. Thank you very much. Got to run. Yeah, thank you for staying so long, Joe. Damn. Yeah, we already are done with it. At the very end. Currently, what I'm doing is try to play over the fact that in the background I have to render my credit scene in the background. So there's that. Let me see. Can I do this? I have to double check 3 things here. You have to kidding me. It doesn't tell me. That is unfortunate, chat. Wait. I found it. Lucky me. I don't have to download the Excel file from Twitch. That's good. Let me just see if... Yeah, he's also in the credits. Awesome. Okay, I did something wrong. That was intended. Okay. How are we going to do this, chat? Do you think my computer is powerful enough to do this on the fly now? Like in the past, we struggled quite a bit with streaming and at the same time rendering credits. But maybe if I give my computer a little bit more power to deal with, that should maybe help. We will find out in a moment, chat. Let me just see. Okay, that kind of works. What is it? Okay. I mean, rendering would probably be smarter, but I always want to try that. So let me just find the right monitor for capture here. What is it? Here. I'm very curious if it works. It seems to work though. There might be some typos in it, but whatever. Yeah, so shoutouts to all my supporters, to the moderators. Andres was here today. Thank you for staying a bit and moderating stuff here. Shoutouts to all the supporters, to the artists who always allow me to use their stuff, to my moderator Murdo, who also created or edited the maps from Rings of Power. That it was very, very helpful getting those cool maps in the style of the Rings of Power map. It's probably one of the best things that came out of Rings of Power was the map that everybody is using. And yeah, I hope I did not forget anybody to include. Maybe check out my stuff and my channel, and can maybe post !Twitch here, because I maybe stream a little bit on Twitch after this here. So if you are interested in more streaming, I mean, complaining a lot about video game stuff, I might do that. So yeah, next week will be the next watch party for the last part, and then we're unfortunately already done with this stuff. Wait, did it work, chat? Did you just see a black screen? Oh no, Chris screwed up, I think. It was a black screen. Awesome, chat. Okay, so we try this then again. What a reason the center monitor was not activated. Okay, now I'm curious if my computer is now dying or not. Now it works. Okay, so let's continue to the credits again. Shoutouts to all the people here. Yeah, you see, thanks for watching. That is true. I forgot to activate the source in OBS. It seems like, though, I can render the credits in my program in the preview, and it kind of works. That's awesome. So yeah, here you see now all the names, the artists, shoutouts to them. John Howe made the Amazon map, in case you ask who made that, and the edit is by my moderator. Shoutouts to all the supporters, the members, the people who subscribe on Twitch, and so on. Also the Honeybun Empress is here. Hi, Chris. Yeah, you are just at the very end, back at the very end of the stream. But as said, I might stream a bit on Twitch here after this. Maybe a very short stream. And I know what we are doing there. My name was there. Yeah, your name should always be there, because if I did not forget any member, I think you land in the credits with a tier 2 membership on YouTube, and with every Twitch sub because the Twitch sub is simply more expensive and I have no influence on that, you also land on that. So that were the credits. Shoutouts to all the members and Twitch subscribers, Prime subscribers, and I don't know what. Your support is much, much appreciated. Thank you also for those just watching and pressing the like button. And maybe leaving a comment in the VoD later or so. I would appreciate that as well. Maybe recommending me further and stuff like that. Everything is basically appreciated and helps my channel. Next video is maybe-ish tomorrow, I hope. If I can make it work. I'm somewhat confident, I have to admit, as said, but I hope sometimes it's a bit difficult to predict. It's probably a good word for it. But yeah, is there anything left to say? Probably not. So I would say see you in a moment on the Twitch channel if you are interested in that as well. And I'm not even sure what we will play today, to be honest. Maybe try Loretta really fast, probably, and call it a day. So we have that. Yeah, thank you people for watching, and see you next time. Goodbye.